Alright, well, thanks to a combination of Utsugi and Kikyo, we now know that we need to head to Asagiri Island through Shiosai Village to find Naraku. But there's a few new events that have opened up, so I'm gonna go do them first, since that's what I did back in the English version. And we're gonna translate some of them. Or, well, translate them. Don't need to do the one at Mount Ho again, thankfully. Nice, starting off with a fight. I mean, that's fine. Considering it's just the road to Kasasagi town area, like, these things aren't going to be all that strong. But they're still going to be annoying. God damn it. Alright. You only have one. Alright, fine. Nope, that's Trouble the Fire Rat, not the one I need. Thankfully, them being so weak does mean they're easier to take down, so... Yeah, change of fortune. Doesn't really matter. Oh. Here we go. Okay, this is a little interesting. I am aware that in the English version of the anime, Rin does refer to Jokin as Master Jokin because he's, like, he has seniority. But the English version, she doesn't. It's the same situation that Sesshomaru has. Instead of calling him Lord Sesshomaru, they just call him Sesshomaru, but, and then in the English version of the game, instead of Rin calling him Master Jokin, it's just Jokin. Alright. Let's see, in the English version, Rin asks, "How strong are you, Jokin?" According to the Google Translate result, though, Rin is asking, "Hey, how strong is Jokin-sama?" Or Master Jokin. I do think, Rin's response could, Rin's question could be reworded to, "How strong are you, Master Jokin?" Lining up a little bit with the English version, but, whatever. Let's see, in the English version, Jokin's response is... Make sure I don't jump ahead too far. Jokin responds with, "Are you making fun of me?" While according to the translation result, Jokin's response is, "Are you making fun of me?" A little bit of an interesting tone change with how Jokin responds here. The English version is Jokin more getting angry, like, are you making fun of me? But from the Japanese version, Jokin starting with the and the way he speaks here is more of a it's more questioning, like, I just want to make sure you're not making fun of me, right?
だって強そうに見えないんだもん。
Let's see. In the English version, Rin responds to that with, it's just that you don't look very strong. While according to the Google Translate result, Rin's response is, because you don't look strong.
ならば教えよう。だが驚くではないぞ。
And so far, the English version's been largely faithful if these translations are accurate. Just slight rewordings, though again, the tone difference with Jokin's voice in the English version. In the English version, Jokin responds here with, then I'll show you. Don't be surprised. Well, according to the Google Translate result, Jokin apparently says, then let me tell you, but don't be surprised. Interesting. English version says, then I'll show you, while the Japanese version is, then let me tell you. Difference of difference between showing and telling.
わしの忍刀上の炎は何百もの妖怪を一瞬にして倒すことができるのじゃ。
Honestly, though, I do think the Japanese version's Then Let Me Tell You is a bit more fitting because Jokin goes into an explanation rather than showing off his abilities. So the English version having Jokin say, then let me show you, doesn't really make a whole lot of sense. In the English version, Jokin follows up with my staff of two heads, I can destroy thousands of demons in one go. While according to the Google Translate result, Jokin says, the flames of my human head staff are capable of taking down hundreds of monsters in a single moment. Okay. One moment. Okay. So the translation is slightly off, calling it the human head staff. Apparently the more proper translation is human head cane, but they're close enough. But, noticeable difference is that the English version seems to be having Jokin exaggerate a little bit more of the abilities of his staff, saying that he can destroy thousands of demons, while the translation only says hundreds. Honestly, the hundreds does sound a bit more reasonable when it comes to Jokin, though, of course, if it's a large group of very weak yokai, then I'm pretty sure it could take down like 1,000 of them. Like, if it's a bunch of Saimyocho, I'm sure he could take them out no problem.
300人もすごーい。
Let's see. Okay, Rin definitely sounds impressed here. In the English version, Rin responds with thousands? Wow! While according to the Google Translate result, Rin's response is hundreds? Amazing! Again, English version trying to over-exaggerate for Jokin for some reason. Though, admittedly, I wouldn't put it past Jokin for trying to make himself look better in Rin's eyes, or make himself look superior. Don't need to translate that, because it's just Jokin laughing.
殺生丸様だってわしのことを少しは頼りにしていらっしゃるようだしな。
Let's see here. But of course, it's definitely a laugh of, like, his ego is being fed. In the English version, Jokin then says, even Sesshomaru depends on me once in a while. While according to the Google Translate result, apparently, has Jokin say, even Lord Sesshomaru seems to have some confidence in me. Let's see if I can get a different result. Not really, so... I do think the translated result is fine. Like, it kind of makes sense. It still kind of makes sense coming from Jokin.
殺生丸様。
Let's see here. I'm curious how this follow-up's going to go from the English version. In the English version, Rin calls out, "Hey, Sesshomaru!" From the Google Translate result, she instead calls out, "Oh, Lord Sesshomaru!"
ねえねえ、本当に頼りにしてるの？
Huh. Alright. So what does Rin ask here in the Japanese version, then? In the English version, she asks, "Do you really depend on Jokin?" While the Google Translate result apparently has Rin asking, hey, are you really relying on me? I definitely think that needs to be reworded. Yeah, the Deep L translation result is not too different, with Rin apparently saying, hey, do you really rely on them? So, from the Google Translate results, change the relying on me to relying on them or him to refer to Jokin without saying his name, because Rin doesn't say Jokin's name in the Japanese, like, in the dialogue or from her voice. So, saying relying on him or them to refer to Jokin makes a bit of sense. But it is interesting that it says relying here. So, Jokin, then... For the translation from Jokin saying seems to have some confidence in me, should be reworded a little bit to better fit with the rely to. Even Lord Sesshomaru relies on me every now and then. Just because I think that would match up a little bit better. Though, in that case, you could easily just swap out rely for depend, because contextually, in this case, pretty much mean the same thing.
何のことだ?
Let's see. In the English version, Sesshomaru questions, "What are you talking about?" While according to the Google Translate results, he more simply asks, "What do you mean?"
何を言っておる。当たり前じゃろうが。
Let's see. In the English version, Jockin's reaction is, "Well, what are you saying? Of course!" From the Google Translate result, Jockin's reaction is, "Well, what are you talking about? It's obvious."
わしはいつでも殺生丸様を頼りにしておるぞ。
Let's see. In the English version, he continues with, "I always depend on Sesshomaru." While according to the Google Translate result, Jockin says, "I can always rely on you, Sesshomaru-sama." Okay, so since that's the second time it translated as rely instead of having confidence, Jockin's earlier thing of even Lord Sesshomaru relies on me from every once in a while makes a little bit more sense. Don't need to translate that. Rin's just confused because, of course, Jockin's being Jockin. And then Sesshomaru doesn't care.
その
Which, like, Jockin isn't entirely wrong, though. When Sesshomaru first appeared, he was pretty heavily reliant on Jockin in order to find where the Tetsaiga was. But then, granted, after that, Jockin just absolutely fell off. In the English version, Jockin starts stuttering with, well, according to the Google Translate results, Jockin stutters with, well, that's... I don't need to translate that. That's just Sesshomaru scoffing. Because, of course. I'm pretty sure I don't need to translate that. Jockin's just in disbelief. While the English version has him go, like, I don't know, like, kind of like he's laughing nervously, like, oh, I'm in trouble, aren't I?
ねえねえ、わかんないな。
Let's see. In the English version, Rin says, "I don't understand." While, according to the Google Translate result, Rin says, hey, I don't know. The I don't know can be reworded to I don't understand or I don't get it and still work. Having it be I don't know is just a little weird to me in this moment.
頼りにしてるの？されてるの？
In the English version, Rin continues with, "You depend on him, or he depends on you." The translation results are coming out a little weird on this one. The Google Translate result verbatim has Rin apparently asking, "Are you relying on me? Is it being done?" While the Deep Bell translation result is broken. I think the translation is supposed to be, "Are you relying on him? Or is he relying on you?" Although, I guess the second question here could be, or the other way around. That way it does line up a bit better with the English version, because I have no idea why it's translating the other one is to, is it being done? But the first question, of course, ending with the ending on me is, again, another issue with the translator having problems with I, they, you, me, and what, and just other stuff like that. Hey, InuYasha guy! How's it going? Thanks for stopping by.
頼む。もう聞かんでくれ。
Let's see here. In the English version, Jockin's response is, please don't ask me any more questions. Oh no, the translation results are weird here. Alright, Konomu. I need to see how exactly that's translating, because that's very much coming up weird. Okay. I don't know why that's translating as I'm looking forward to it, because that shouldn't be the case here. Actually, hold on. I think I can try doing a text here. Okay. It's not exactly coming up with the kanji or katakana that Jockin's using, but apparently Konomu can translate to ask or request, so I would say then the translation from Jockin is, please, don't ask me again. Welcome. I was playing NHL 25 earlier. Ah, okay. I'm not big into sports or sports games, so not really my thing. Well, now that's done. Reload the save state. And we'll head to the Field of Ignorance. Oh, come on now.
Ah, 殺生丸様。ねえ、殺生丸様はお花が好き？
Let's see. In the English version here, Rin says, oh, Sashomaru. Sashomaru, do you like flowers? While according to the Google Translate result, Rin is saying, oh, Lord Sashomaru. Hey, do you like flowers, Sashomaru-sama? So, Rin is, of course, saying ski in Japanese here. And I did do a thing, I did bring up a thing in the last couple streams about how ski can translate to like or love, though is a bit more commonly used to mean like with the intent of love. And so the translation results I was getting for it in those moments, I felt were perfectly fine being translated as love, because that is what Google Translate was giving me when it came to between Kagome and Michiru. But here with Rin, I do think it's perfectly fine for it to mean like here, because that is very much what Rin's referring to in context. She's not asking if he loves flowers. She's asking if he enjoys them, if he likes them. I mean, he's just being silent here. So, no translation here. Just need to get the English version caught up.
Rin.
I don't need to translate that. That's just a Shomaru saying Rin's name to get her attention. I shouldn't need to translate this, but I'm going to anyway. In the English version, Rin responds with yes, which, according to the translation from Google Translate, that is what Rin is responding with, which, as far as Rin is concerned, makes sense.
花が好きなのか。
In the English version, it says Shomaru asks, "Do you like flowers?" While according to the Google Translate result, he asks, "Do you like flowers?" All right. Not too bad so far.
だって綺麗なんだもん。
All right. In the English version, Rin responded with, "Yes, because they are so beautiful." From the Google Translate result, the translation for Rin is, "Yeah, because it's beautiful." Just considering the start of that, I'm fine with the "yeah" being taken out, and instead just having it be Rin give a very enthusiastic nod to confirm that, yeah, she does. But instead of because it's beautiful, I do think it should be because they're beautiful.
綺麗。
Or it could also be pretty, because kind of had that situation when it came to Kururugi and Kikyo in the previous stream. But in the English version, it says Shomaru questions, "Beautiful?" Which is also what the Google Translate result is coming out with.
見て、殺生丸様。このお花、とても綺麗でしょ？
Let's see. In the English version, Rin says, "See, Sashomaru? Don't you think this flower is pretty?" Okay, so... Alright. From the Google Translate result, Rin says, "Look, Lord Sashomaru, aren't these flowers really pretty?" Alright, so Google Translate is taking context into account sometimes, because it is changing Kire for pretty at this point instead of beautiful. But, also a slight difference from the English version. The English version implies Rin only took one flower up to Sashomaru, but from the translation for the Japanese version, the implication is that Rin has quite a few in her hands right now and is showing all of them to Sashomaru. One thing I do want to point out, though, especially when it comes to Sashomaru in this game, moments like this in the Japanese version, Sashomaru doesn't make a sound. But every time he does this in the English version, they have David K have him do a little grunt or whatever. So it is honestly a little weird hearing nothing from him in moments like this. Though given the character, it does make sense.
こらリン、そんなくだらんことで殺生丸様に話しかけるな。
Let's see. Let's see here. In the English version, Jokin calls out, "Hey, Rin! Don't talk to Sesshomaru about such unimportant things!" From the Google Translate result, though, Jokin is apparently calling out, "Hey, Rin! For such a trivial matter, don't talk to Sesshomaru-sama." I do think that can be reworded. Probably just something like, "Don't talk to Sesshomaru-sama over something so trivial." Or over such a trivial matter. Or about something so trivial, or about such a trivial matter. In the English version, Rin responds with a, "I'm sorry." From the Google Translate result, though, it is a bit of a shorter "sorry," but I'm fine with it also being, "I'm sorry." Just the silent stare. English version, Jokin responds with, "Huh?" But I don't think I need to translate this. I think it's just Jokin kind of being a mix of confused and afraid.
じゃけんうるさいぞ。
In the English version, Sesshomaru says, "Jokin, be quiet." From the Google Translate result, Sesshomaru says, "Jokin, shut up." I actually don't know if I'm comfortable with Sesshomaru saying "shut up," unless it's specifically to InuYasha. In that case, sure, because he just fucking hates InuYasha. So I do think I'm fine with the English version's "Jokin, be quiet." Or reword the translation to "Jokin, be silent."
なぜわしがお叱りを？
Let's see here. In the English version, Jokin questions, "Why are you reprimanding me?" But from the Google Translate result, Jokin is asking, "Why are you scolding me?" Or, okay. Verbatim, the Google Translate result is having Jokin ask, "Why should I scold you?" But again, Google Translate screws up with the placements of results for I, you, me, them, whatever. So I do think it could be either, "Why are you scolding me?" or "Why would you scold me?" Either of those, I think, work better for translation. And then Rin just being confused. But then, now that that's done, it's time for the third one, which is one of my favorites. Let's see here. I just need to get the English version of where I need it. I guess I could do that while making my way there. Okay, good. Kind of hoping I could get into a fight so I can, deal with the English version. Well, oh, nice miss. Nice miss. Alright. Got it, may as well use it. I am legitimately curious what the translations here are gonna be, just given what the English version did. Alright. Oh, you're gonna be someone that can revive, aren't you? Oh boy. Alright. And may as well. Make it a quick cleanup. I think Kagome is the only one left missing their ultimate technique then. I'm sure we'll get it by the time we're done, Asagiri.
よう、犬夜叉じゃねえか。こんなとこで会うなんだ、偶然だな。
That's how Totosai sounds in Japanese? Alright. In the English version, Totosai says, "Hey, it's you, InuYasha. What a coincidence meeting you here." While apparently, according to the Google Translate result, Totosai says, "Hey, isn't this InuYasha? What a coincidence we met in a place like this." Considering the Japanese text for the first part ends on a period and not a question mark, I do think the translation there should be, "Hey, if it isn't InuYasha." The rest of it, though, is perfectly fine.
どう見たって待ち伏せだろ。
Also, yes, this is the only time you meet Totosai in this game. It is unfortunate, but hey, at least he's here. So how does he affect the lore going forward? Or from the Japanese version. From the sorry, not that one first. From the English version, InuYasha responds with, obviously, you planned this. Apparently, according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha's response is, no matter how you look at it, this is an ambush. I don't agree with that. The Deep L translation result isn't much better. Apparently having InuYasha ask, how could it possibly be an ambush? I don't know why it's mentioning an ambush. Let's see. I almost want to completely change it a little bit from what the translation's giving me to have InuYasha say, oh wait, damn it, no, I had something and it's gone. Oh, no, I think I've got something. For InuYasha's translation, I think I would rather go with, you planned for this, didn't you? That's really kind of the only thing that can make sense to me. Since otherwise I have no idea how ambush would fit into this. And then, in a way, it still kind of lines up with the English versions. Obviously, you planned this. Okay, good touch that the English version doesn't have. Kururugi is whispering. The English version, Kururugi does not whisper this question. In the English version, Kururugi says, who is this old man? While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's asking, hey, who the hell is this old man? I do think it would be fine if Kururugi just said, who is this old man? The Deep L translation result isn't much better. Apparently having Kururugi ask, hey, this old man, who the hell are you? Yeah, I do think as far as translating goes, I do think it would be a little bit better for Kururugi to ask, hey, who is this old man? Just because I don't think Kururugi would be the type to ask, who the hell is he, when apparently it's someone who knows InuYasha and InuYasha's familiar with. InuYasha's not attacking right away or getting aggressive with. And even though Kururugi has cursed before, a few times in the Japanese version, I just don't think this would be a situation where Kururugi would say, who the hell is this old man? Let's see. In the English version, Kagome just responds with, but from here, she's like, oh, and then nods pretty much to be like, right, Kururugi doesn't know. So I guess if you wanted to translate this into words, it would be, oh, right.
この人は東東斎様といってね、犬夜叉のお父さんの牙から鉄砕牙を鍛えた人なのよ。
Alright, Kagome whispering in response is also a good touch that the English version doesn't do. Let's see, in the English version, Kagome says, His name is Totosai. He took Inuyasha's father's fang and made his Tetsaiga from it. From the Google Translate result, Kagome says, this man is called Tosai-sama. Tosai? What? Why is it... Why did it translate from her as Tosai? One moment. Yeah, no, I have no idea why it did that. Alright, so let's just fix that up real quick. From the translation again. Kagome's response is, this man is called Totosai-sama. And he's the one who forged Tessaiga from Inuyasha's father's fangs.
牙から鉄砕牙をへえ、すごい人なんだね。
Oh, yeah, no, there's the surprise in Kururugi's tone. I'm pretty sure the English version doesn't have that either. Jesus Christ, the English version was bad. In the English version, Kururugi reacts with, wow, Tetsaiga was made from a fang. That's amazing. But according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi's reaction is, huh? Tetsaiga from a fang? Wow, what an incredible person. Oh yeah, no, I definitely liking the Japanese version here a lot better than the English version. Holy shit.
嬉しいこと言ってくれるじゃねえか。
Let's see here. In the English version, Totosai's response is, what a nice thing to say. While according to the Google Translate results, Totosai says, that's a nice thing to say.
で、なんなんだよ。
Alright. From InuYasha, in the English version, his response is, so, what do you want? From the Google Translate result, InuYasha's response is, so, what is it? No, I'm fine with either. Like, they're both fine in the context of the situation.
あ、そうだった。おめえに頼みてえことがあるんだよ。
Let's see here. From the English version, Totosai says, I want to ask you something. Really? That's all the English version did, given what's here in Japanese? Holy shit. From the Google Translate result, Totosai's response is, ah, that's right. There's something I'd like to ask of you. I mean, technically it's not different from the English version. Totosai still says, there's something I'd like to ask of you. But the first part of Totosai going, ah, that's right, is not only in character for him, it just adds a little bit, I feel.
だからなんだよ。
In the English version, InuYasha then asks, what is it? From the Google Translate result, InuYasha repeats, so what is it? Though, instead of starting with ne, like before, he starts with dakara, so pretty much, while it can translate to the same thing, it definitely gives the sense that InuYasha is getting annoyed. Of like, I'll ask again, what is it? So I think in this case, since InuYasha is pretty much repeating his question, I'd be fine with replacing the so with, again, what is it? As the translation for dakara. Just, again, to play up InuYasha getting annoyed. Or it could be, like I said, what is it? Or, like I asked.
犬夜叉やけに素直だね。
Now let's see here. In the English version, Kururugi asks, why is InuYasha so impatient with him? Alright, interesting translation result, though, here. Apparently, according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi is asking, InuYasha, you're so honest, aren't you? I don't think that's right. I don't think the Deep L translation's much better. Because apparently it's having Kururugi ask InuYasha, you're awfully cool, aren't you? I don't think either translation result really fits. Alright. Since both translation results do apparently end with Kururugi asking, aren't you? I do think the translation should be InuYasha. You're really impatient, aren't you? Otherwise, reword it to InuYasha, why are you so impatient? Like, those are pretty much the only things I can get out of this to keep in the context of InuYasha being annoyed with Totosai, because that's just their dynamic. I don't know. Like, that's the best I can do. I don't know why the two translators are giving the results they are, but I am also comparing to the English version that I am admittedly very clearly more used to, so I'm largely going to be trying to pull from that if I can't really make heads or tails of the translation result.
逆らっても無駄だって思い知らされてるからよ。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome says, he knows he has to listen to him, no matter what. From the Google Translate result, apparently, though, Kagome says, I've learned it's useless to resist. I mean, the Deep L translation doesn't turn up anything useful. Technically, the translation for Kagome's response does make sense, again, given the dynamic between InuYasha and Totosai. I do think it could be a little reworded, though, to... I've learned by now it's useless to stop. I mean, it's useless to stop them. Like, that's probably the only thing I can get out of that to stick with the translated result.
トートーサイ殿の方が1枚も2枚も上手ですからな。
Alright, let's see what Moroku says. In the English version, Moroku says, Totosai is much wiser than InuYasha. Okay. According to the Google Translate result, though, Moroku is apparently saying, you're 1 or 2 steps ahead of me, Totosai Dono. I'm not sure if I'd stick with that, with the ahead of me part. Probably change the me to us or him. us to refer to the group, or him to refer to InuYasha. Otherwise, yeah, it makes sense. It makes sense given the Japanese text and what Moroku said.
横でごちゃごちゃ言ってんじゃねえや。
Let's see. From the English version, InuYasha snaps with, "Stop talking behind my back." According to the Google Translate result, InuYasha snaps with, "Stop talking nonsense next to me." I mean, that works too.
で、頼み事なんだけどよ。こいつを試してほしいのよ。
Let's see. From the English version, Totosai says, "So, I wanted to ask you if you would try this out." From the Google Translate result, Totosai instead says, "So, I have a favor to ask of you. I want you to try this." I don't have anything against that result, but I do think it could be touched up a little, probably to, "So, about that favor I asked, I want you to try this." Or, "So, about that favor, I want you to try this." Either of those, I think, would work just as fine.
新しい刀じゃねえか。撃ったのかよ。
Let's see. In the English version, InuYasha asks, "Oh, it's a new sword. Did you make it?" From the Google Translate result, InuYasha is asking, "Isn't that a new sword? Have you had it forged?" Let's try the other translator real quick. I don't know why the Google Translate has 2 question marks in its result when there's only 1 question mark and a period in the Japanese text, so... and the Deep L translation result is broken! Alright. For the translation result from the Google Translate, comparing it with the English version, I think I could go with InuYasha's translation being, "That looks like a new sword. Did you make this?"
おお、こいつはすげえぞ。ある意味、今までで最高の出来よ。
Ooh, let's see here. In the English version, Totosai says, "This one is amazing. In some ways, it's the best sword I've ever made." From the Google Translate result, it's surprisingly not too different. Because apparently, Totosai says, verbatim, "Oh man, this guy is awesome. In some ways, it's the best thing I've ever done." Very much needs to be reworded. Probably to, this one's amazing. In some ways, it's the best thing I've ever made. Best thing or best sword. Either one would work. But before we learn more about this sword, I think we're gonna take a quick break. Alright? So, what about this sword, Totosai?
おかげでいろんなやつがわしのこと狙ってきててな。
In the English version, Totosai says, because of it, many people have come after me. While according to the Google Translate result, Totosai says, thanks to that, a lot of people have been coming after me.
まあおめえなら大丈夫だろう。試し切り頼むわ。
That was such fake surprise. Damn. The English version doesn't have that. They just have him speak so stiffly. This is a really good touch. Damn, the Japanese version is just so much better. In the English version, Totosai says, I think you can handle it. Try it out. Hang on, making sure. Yeah. The English version just kind of ignores Totosai's fake cry of surprise. Like, oh, they're here. Oh, no. Okay, apparently he's not doing a... Oh, okay. Apparently that isn't what he's doing, so... Whatever. According to the Google Translate result, Totosai is saying, well, I'm sure you'll be fine. I'm counting on you to give it a test cut. I mean, I guess test cut is fine. The Deep L translation is largely not too broken. The Deep L translation's result for Totosai is, well, I'm sure you'll be fine. A trial cut, please. Sure. I actually don't know if I'd go with the Google Translate result if I'm counting on you to give it a test cut. I actually think... the Deep L translation result is better in this case. Though, instead of a test cut or a trial cut, please, I do think it... Well, actually, no, that would still make sense for Totosai. The other possibility instead of please that I had in mind was, if you would. Alright. Alright. In the English version, Songo says, it's not like he can refuse. While according to the Google Translate result, Songo says, it's already a situation where you can't refuse. Let's see, just to check. The Team L translation result isn't too bad. Having Songo apparently say, you're already in a situation where you can't say no. I mean, I'm fine with the Deep L translation result. It's not too different from the Google Translate result. But considering the English version made use of refuse, I do think I'd go with the Google Translate result here.
くそ面白くねえ。じじい、こいつらぶった切ったら次はおめえの番だからな。
Alright. In the English version, InuYasha says, "Damn! I don't really want to, but I will. But it'll be your turn next." Okay. From the Google Translate result, though, ooh, it is pretty different. From the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, "Damn, that's not funny. Old man, once I've cut down these guys, it'll be your turn next." Honestly, that is fitting for InuYasha's character, though. That is a very fitting response.
なんだこの刀、全然切れねえ。
But of course, the only sword InuYasha's model is coated with is Tatsaiga's. So, we don't get to see what this other sword looks like. But, something new showed up. Let's see, from the English version, InuYasha says, "What kind of sword is this? I can't cut anything." From the Google Translate result, though, InuYasha says, "What kind of sword is this? It doesn't cut anything at all." I mean, definitely worded differently, but otherwise pretty much the same thing. Still, I'm gonna be curious what Totosai has to say about it in Japanese.
あっちの木に花が咲いたけど。
And Kururugi is the first one to notice what happened. From the English version, Kururugi says, "A flower just bloomed over by that tree." From the Google Translate result, though, Kururugi says, "The flowers have bloomed on that tree over there." I don't know. I think, given the comma, I think I could rearrange it to be on that tree over there. A flower has bloomed.
しかも手から離れねえぞ。鉄災害に持ち帰らんねえ。
Oh, there's definitely a panic in InuYasha's voice here that's not present in the English version. The English version still has InuYasha sound annoyed, but there's definitely here more of a panic of, "Hang on, why can't I get Tetsaiga?" In the English version, InuYasha says, "But I can't put it down. I can't switch to my Tetsaiga." From the Google Translate result, InuYasha saying, "It won't let go of my hand. I can't get it back into Tetsaiga." I do think that needs to be reworded a little. Let's check the other translator. I mean, the Deep L translator, the first half isn't too bad. The second half is a mess. So the first half from the Deep L translator from InuYasha is, "I can't get it out of my hand," which I think is a better start than Google Translates, "and it won't let go of my hand." But then the Deep L translator continues with, "I'm not taking it back to Iron Shatterfang," which it literally translated Tetsaiga. I do think to reword it, To reword it using the Google Translate result as the base. I do think it could be InuYasha saying, I can't get it out of my hand? I can't take hold of the Tetsaiga! Or something like that. I'm sure that needs a little bit of work.
もしかしたら隠された力があったりするのかも。
Let's see. From the English version, Kagome says, I wonder if it has a hidden power. The Google Translate result has Kagome ask, maybe it has hidden powers? I do think I can reword that a little bit. I'm just gonna check the other translator to be sure. And that's broken. All right. So from the Google Translate result to reword it, I think it could, from Kagome, I'd probably have it as, could it be, does that sword have some hidden power? Or, another option is, I have to wonder, does that sword have a hidden power? Mig Nuggets! Hey, thanks for joining the stream. Glad to have you here. Any good luck on the routing with these differences? Thanks. Let's see, maybe I can't handle the Tetsaiga. I mean, that would be close, but I think it's more, I'm not able to take hold of the Tetsaiga because the other sword refuses to leave his hand. Let's see.
そうだね。とにかくその刀を振り続けるしかないみたいだね。
Let's see here. What do you have, Sango? In the English version, Sango says, anyway, I guess you just have to keep swinging it around. Sorry, let me say that better. In the English version, Sango says, anyway, I guess you just have to keep swinging it around. From the Google Translate results, Sango's response is, apparently, yeah, I guess the only thing you can do is keep swinging that sword. I do think I'd reword it a little. Probably to... It seems so. I guess the only thing you can do is keep swinging that sword. I always see you dropping the link in the Anime Speedruns Discord. Finally able to pop in and see what's up. Hey, thanks. Yeah, I'm not really doing speedrun routing at the moment. I'm more so just playing to check the translation of the Japanese text and compare it to the English version just to see what differences there are. Because there's already been a surprising amount of differences from the English script to the Japanese script, including stuff that the English version took out in the early game. InuYasha is so fed up right now. Let's see. In the English version, InuYasha says, damn it! I look like an idiot! From the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, damn it! This is stupid! I'm gonna check the other translator real quick on that one. Yeah, no, it's not different, so, yeah. Damn it! This is stupid! All that popping.
おい、全部倒したぞ。
Okay, no, this is also missing from the English version. Having InuYasha be out of breath. Let's see here. In the English version, InuYasha simply says, I did it. And there's no sign of him being tired at all in the English version. From the Google Translate result, though, InuYasha's going, completely out of breath, as he should be. Hey, I defeated them all. Which makes a lot more sense in the English version. Like, damn, the extra detail here is so much better. Holy shit.
ご苦労さん。
Let's see here. From the English version, Todosai just says, good job. Google Translate just decided to transliterate what Todosai said instead of actually translating it. And so is the DeepL translator. God damn it. Alright, hold on. That is not what... Well, I can't get that text. But I'm pretty sure it's supposed to be a result similar to the English version's good job. I have no idea why the two translators are translating it literally to Gokuro-san instead of translating it. But whatever.
ご苦労じゃねえだろ。死ぬかと思ったぜ。
God damn. All of these extra details the English version just decided not to fucking do. InuYasha's tone there when he's mocking Todosai is really fucking good. In the English version, InuYasha just says, good job? I almost died out there. The Google Translate results is a little broken for that first part. Apparently having InuYasha say, you're a disaster, aren't you? And the rest being, I thought I was going to die. I do think the first part with that question from InuYasha should be, what do you mean, good job? I thought I was going to die.
心配するな。まだ死んではおらんわ。
Let's see here. From the English version, Todosai responds with, don't worry, you're not dead yet. From the Google Translate results, Todosai responds with, don't worry, you're not dead yet.
殺す気かってんだよ。
Let's see here. In the English version, InuYasha responds with, are you trying to kill me? Which is also what the Google Translate result comes out as. Though the English version is lacking the exclamation mark that's in both the Japanese text on screen and in the result, but whatever.
死んでねえじゃねえかっつってんだろ。
Let's see. From the English version, Todosai says, stop complaining, you're not dead yet. From the Google Translate results, it's a little iffy. Verbatim, the translation result from Todosai is, I'm not dead, I told you so. I'm pretty sure that I'm not dead is supposed to be you're not dead, but even then, it needs to be reworded. Like, holy crap. Yeah, the first part from Totosai being you're not dead, sure, that's fine. The rest of it, though, from Totosai should be, didn't I just tell you?
切れねえ代わりに花がポンポン咲くなんて、こりゃ失敗作だろ。
Let's see here. In the English version, InuYasha says, instead of cutting things, flowers are just appearing everywhere. This has got to be some kind of mistake. From the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, it doesn't cut anything, but instead flowers just bloom one after another. This is a failure, right?
何言ってやがんだ。試し切りは大成功だったぜ。
See, in the English version, Totosai responds with, what are you saying? The test was a complete success. From the Google Translate result, Totosai's response is, what are you talking about? The test cut was a great success.
この刀、一体何なんだよ。
Let's see here. From the English version, InuYasha responds with, what exactly is this sword? From the Google Translate results, InuYasha's question is, what on earth is this sword? I actually am fine with the English version here, but I do think I'd rearrange it a little, probably to, for InuYasha to say, this sword. What exactly is it? Either that or just straight up the English versions. What exactly is this sword? I think I'm fine with either of those.
こいつか。こいつは花咲丸ってんだ。
Oh, hello. Hanasagimaru? Is that what he said? In the English version, Totosai says, this? Oh, it's a flower bloomer. Oh, yeah, okay, here we go. We have a name for the sword. Rather than the English version just giving it an English name, which, sure, whatever, but that is pretty much what the translation would be. From the Google Translate result, Totosai's response is, oh, this? This is called Hanasakimaru. I'm just gonna keep that. There you go.
花咲丸
And then Kururugi just goes katakana instead of kanji because, like, they don't fucking know. So I'm curious what the explanation's gonna be then for this. In the English version, Kururugi questions flower bloomer? Kururugi instead says it as Hanazakimaru instead of Hanasakimaru. I mean, it works because Kururugi's accidentally saying the name wrong because, sure.
おう、使い手の殺気を正気に変えて枯れ木に花を咲かせるんだ。言ってみりゃ天聖画の弟分だな。
Okay, so there is still mention of it being Tensega's little brother. Let's see how he words that, because in the English version, Totosai says, if someone who is bloodthirsty uses it, the sword changes, and instead of killing, it makes flowers bloom. It's the Tensega's little brother. Let's see. Oh! No, this is a pretty good translation. Holy crap. Okay. The Google Translate result. From Totosai. Yes, it transforms the user's murderous intent into life force and makes dead trees blossom. You could say it's the younger brother of Tensega. Okay, so that's what it does. Interesting to learn.
なんでそんな役に立たねえ刀を撃ったんだよ。
And in that sense, yeah, I could see the connection to Tensega there then, because Tensega doesn't have the power to cut anything. At least nothing living, and its purpose was to restore the dead, though once per use. Let's see here. In the English version, let's see. Come on. Uh-oh. Let's see. In the English version, InuYasha's response is, why did you make such a useless sword? From the Google Translate result, InuYasha asks, why did you forge such a useless sword? So, not too different.
命を捨て合う戦場で死にかけた枯れ木に花が咲くんだ。こんなに優雅な話はねえだろ。
Let's see. In the English version, Totosai says, in battle where people are killing each other, this sword will make the flowers bloom. Don't you think that's profoundly elegant? From the Google Translate result, Totosai instead says, on a battlefield where people are throwing their lives away, flowers bloom on dying trees. There's no more glorious story than this. God damn, Totosai.
優雅なんか関係ねえ。おかげで俺は。
From the English version, InuYasha responds with, elegance has nothing to do with me. Thanks for wasting my time. From the... Uh-oh. What? Alright, the Google Translate result is coming out a little weird. I'm gonna try a thing first. Okay. It didn't fully translate something, but I think the first... the Yu or Yuga, whatever that's supposed to be, I think is supposed to be glory. So I think from the translation result, it's... from InuYasha, it's supposed to be, glory has nothing to do with this. Thanks to you, although I guess it could also be elegance, if you want to reword Totosai's previous result from... if it'll load up and actually show again. Oh, come on. Google Translate, stop screwing around with me. Alright. So, Totosai's previous dialogue from the translation ended on, there's no more glorious story than this. I do think you could swap out glorious for elegant. Then, in that case, from InuYasha's response, instead of it being glory has nothing to do with this, it could also be elegance has nothing to do with this. But then ending on thanks to UI makes sense.
見ろよ。おめえがブンブン振り回してくれたおかげでよ。こんなに花が咲いちまったぜ。
Let's see. From the English version, Totosai says, "But look at all the flowers that have blossomed because you were swinging this sword around." From the Google Translate results, Totosai says, "Look, all the flowers have bloomed thanks to you swinging it around."
うわ
And Kagome is in awe. Because, yeah, no, that's a very nice looking tree. It's a shame once you leave the area and come back, they're gone.
これはこれは見事ですな。
Let's see, from Roku, in the English version, he says, "Wow, it's beautiful." From the Google Translate result, the Google Translate result verbatim for Moroku is, "Oh my, this is amazing." Considering he said korewa, I do think it could also come out as my, this is amazing, or well, this is amazing. Either of those or what the translation result gave are perfectly fine. Still, though, a little interesting that the English version had him say it's beautiful, but the translated result has him say this is amazing.
やっぱ気の短いやつに頼んでよかったぜ。
Let's see here. Of course, the events that are actually interesting are the ones that take a while. Like the one in Mount Ho with Koga and his grandfather. Let's see, in the English version, Totosai says, "I'm glad I asked someone who has such a short temper." From the Google Translate result, Totosai says, "I'm glad I asked that short-tempered guy after all." No, I could have read that better. The translation result from Totosai being, "I'm glad I asked that short-tempered guy after all." I do think it could also be rearranged to, "After all, I'm glad I asked that short-tempered guy." Actually, no, now that I've said it, the translated result from Totosai being, "I'm glad I asked that short-tempered guy after all," makes a bit more sense.
お、そうだな。試し切りの例によ。おめえらの武器も打ち直してやるよ。
Let's see. The English version, Totosai continues with, "In return for trying it out for me, I'll sharpen all of your weapons." From the Google Translate result, Totosai says, "Oh, that's right. As a thank you for the test cut, I'll reforge your weapons as well." I mean, either the English version or the translated result are fine. Though, yeah, whatever. It's just unfortunate that you don't actually get any stat boost for this. It's just flavor.
じゃあな。また来るぜ。
let's see. Let's see here. From the English version, Totosai says, "See ya, I'll come again." From the Google Translate result, Totosai says, "See you later, I'll come again." And then he just walks away. Alright. So, unfortunately, we don't get his flying three-eyed cow. Which, I mean, that would have been the easiest way to have him, like, the one way that makes the most sense to have him leave. But I guess they just didn't want to model the goddamn cow. In the English version, InuYasha calls out, "Don't come here anymore." From the Google Translate result, InuYasha calls out, "Don't come again."
犬やしゃって仲のいい人とは必ず喧嘩腰なんだね。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, "He sure likes to argue, even though they're good friends." From the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "InuYasha always seems to be fighting with people he's close to."
誰が仲がいいだと？とんだ無駄足を踏んじまったな。とっとと行くぞ。
Let's see if that needs to be reworded from translating this part. In the English version, InuYasha says, "Who's good friend? What a waste of time. Let's go." From the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, "Who's a good friend? What a waste of time. Let's get going." Okay. Yeah, so since Google Translate has that as "who's a good friend," then going back to Kururugi's translation, I do think instead of "InuYasha always seems to be fighting with people he's close to," it may as well be "InuYasha always seems to be fighting with people he's good friends with." Because then that better leads into who's a good friend. I don't need to translate that. That's just Kururugi having a laugh. But now, yes, I could have just reloaded the save state to go right back to the map, but I actually do kind of want some extra fights.
まだ敵は気づいていないようですな。
来い。
Alright. Unfortunately, Moroku's that far back. You need to die!
行くよ。飛来魂。よし。
Let's see here. Yeah, what the hell? Screw it. You're not using energy for anything else.
行くぞ。
Let's see. For you, because I know you can heal or revive.
もらった。
まあまあじゃな、犬やしゃ。
はい。燃え盛る炎よ。怒りの刃となれ。やったぞ。はい。
Just delete you.
風穴
よし。お願い、当たって。当たって。やった。
なんの
Oh, alright.
ほらか。見ておれ。桜井ずつ。
Really? God damn it, Shippo.
しゃ
Oh, those will finish it anyway.
あ往生しやがれってもらった 俺たちとやり合うなんて10年早えぜ
Oh, hello. That's Michiru and Shippo. Yeah, okay. Double attack strategy. What console is this? It looks super clean. I'm emulating. Because I don't have a capture card to get off to get it off of PS2. But hey, I've got 3 copies of the English version and a copy. I have 3 physical copies of the English version and a physical copy of the Japanese version. I can get away with this. I own the physical copy to this version. But let's get to Shiosai, a village. Finally. And head along here. Go between these houses. And can't fucking see it, but it's there. We got the whale tail, which the English version fucked up on naming it by calling it the whale tail, T-A-L-E, when it should be the whale tail, T-A-I-L. So just one moment. Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, great, I took a thing away. I need to get it back. Here. Here. Okay. And then, well, only thing left to do is to take a boat to Asagiri Island. But, then it's gonna be a little bit, so I actually think this is a good time to take another quick break.
すいません。朝霧島って知ってますか？
I just realized I forgot to turn on my mic again. But at least it wasn't the wrong mic. So, in the English version, Kururugi is asking, "Excuse me, do you know where Asakiri Island is?" While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi is asking, "Excuse me, do you know Asakiri Island?" Which, a little bit of an interesting difference. The English version, Kururugi is asking if the villager knows where the island is, whereas the Japanese version, Kururugi is simply asking if they know of the island. Don't need to translate that. The villager's just grunting to confirm. Whereas in the English version, he goes, mm-hmm.
なんじゃ、言葉も出んくらい恐ろしい島なのか。
Okay, this is going to be an interesting translation from Shippo. In the English version, Shippo asks, "What? That's a scary place and you shouldn't even talk about it?" Okay, no, it makes a little bit more sense in context now that I'm looking at the Japanese version's result. From the Google Translate result, verbatim, Shippo asks, "What is this? Is this an island so terrifying that it leaves you speechless?" So now the English version for Shippo makes sense to me. Shippo's asking, in the English version, Shippo's pretty much asking, "What? The island's so scary you're not even supposed to talk about it?" But I do think, as far as the Google Translate result for Shippo goes, I do think it should be, "What's that? Is this an island so terrifying that it leaves you speechless?"
無人島だって聞いてますけど、どんな島なんですか？
My goddamn! The fact that the Japanese version helped clear up something that I didn't exactly understand from the English version. Once again, the English version fucking sucks. In the English version, Kururugi says, "I heard it was uninhabited. What kind of island is it?" From the Google Translate result, though, Kururugi's question is, "I heard it's a deserted island, but what kind of island is it?" And the villager doesn't really say anything again.
おい、俺たちのことバカにしてんのか。
Let's see. Let's see what you have to say, InuYasha. In the English version, InuYasha says, "Is this guy mocking us?" From the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, "Hey, are you making fun of us?" That bit of hesitation before speaking from InuYasha, though, again, adds quite a bit, because it very much tells you that InuYasha is starting to get annoyed.
ああ、犬やしゃ、犬やしゃ、鉄災害から手離して。
And it makes this make a lot more sense, too! In the English version, Kururugi's response is, InuYasha, let go of the Tetsaiga! While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's reaction is, "Whoa, InuYasha, take your hands off Tetsaiga!"
私たち朝霧島に行きたいんですけど。
In the English version, from Kagome, she says, "We would like to go to Asagiri Island." From the Google Translate result, she says, "We want to go to Asagiri Island."
ノリ
In the English version, the villager responds with, "Get on." While which is what the Google Translate result comes out as. Also, in the English version, this villager's name is Yonezo, but Google Translate decides to translate his name, and apparently it's Rice Storehouse. Okay. And now we can either get on the boat, or don't get on the boat.
ありがとうございます。
I mean, we need to get on the boat if we want to get there. In the English version, Kururugi just responds with, "Thank you so much." From the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, "Thank you." But since Kururugi did say "arigato gozaimasu," I do think the translated result should be, "Thank you very much."
無口だけどいい人でよかったわね。
Let's see here. In the English version, Kagome says, "He doesn't talk much, but I think he's nice." But from the Google Translate result, Kagome says, "He's quiet, but I'm glad he's a good person." Alright, something just a little different between them. The first part, he doesn't talk much, versus the translation results, he's quiet. Honestly, that's fine. Like, they're pretty much the same thing. But the other part, the English version of Kagome saying, "I think he's nice," versus the Google Translate results, "I'm glad he's a good person," does play a bit more into... does show a difference in the portrayal of Kagome's character here. The English version, Kagome saying, "I think he's nice," is her, like, little hesitant, but he seems nice so far. But from the translation result, like, she just has full faith that he's a good person because she says, "I'm glad he is." Which, again, neat little touch with a difference to Kururugi, who in the English version, upon being told... regarding Kururugi, upon being told that Utsugi is their ancestor, Kururugi is like, okay, they said Utsugi's my ancestor, so they must be my ancestor. But in the Japanese version, Kururugi is more, they say Utsugi's my ancestor, but I don't know if I buy that.
なんか面白くねえ感じだけどな。
In the English version, InuYasha says, I doubt that. But according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha apparently says, just doesn't seem that interesting. I'm just gonna check for the other translator real quick. Okay, the Deep L translation apparently has InuYasha say, it's kind of a funny feeling, though. Considering how different that is, though also knowing that the Deep L translation, or translator has a bit of a history of being absolutely broken, I think a better translation for InuYasha here would be something along the lines of, something about this doesn't feel right. Or, I have a weird feeling about this. I don't know. One of those two, I think, is a little bit better. Plus, that way it foreshadows what happens later.
Yaっと着いたか。
Let's see, in the English version, InuYasha says, we finally made it. From the Google Translation result, InuYasha says, we finally arrived.
お前のせいで到着が遅れてしまったじゃありませんか。
Alright, what's the reason you guys got delayed in the Japanese version? In the English version, Moroku says, it's because of you that we're late. From the Google Translate result, Moroku says, you caused us to be late. Alright.
なんで俺のせいなんだよ。
In the English version, InuYasha responds with, why is it my fault? Which is also what the Google Translate result comes out as. But the translation changes... Google Translate changes the exclamation mark into a question mark. So I almost want to reword it to... It's not my fault.
犬夜叉が手伝うとか言ってバカ力でこうから船がまっすぐ進まなかったんじゃろ。
I don't know, either change InuYasha's translation to it's not my fault to have it end on an exclamation mark like what the Japanese text has, or just keep it as why is it my fault? I don't really know. In the English version, Shippo says, because you tried to help, you overpowered the boat so it couldn't go straight. According to the Google Translate result, though, Shippo says, InuYasha said he would help, but he rowed with such ridiculous force that the boat didn't move in a straight line. Yeah, no, in that case, I think for InuYasha's translation, I would have it be, it's not my fault. Instead of, why is it my fault?
俺は少しでも早く島に行こうとしただけだぜ。
Also, though, Shippo going into such detail in according to the translation, like, he wrote with such ridiculous force that the boat couldn't move in a straight line. Like, damn, okay. In the English version, InuYasha said, I was just trying to get us to the island faster. Well, according to the Google Translate results, InuYasha says, I just wanted to get to the island as quickly as possible.
帰りは漁師さんに任せましょう。ね、犬夜叉。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome says, let's let the fishermen take care of getting us back. Okay, InuYasha? While according to the Google Translate results, Kagome says, let's leave it to the fishermen to get back. Right, InuYasha?
くそ。
Alright, that's a very irritated... Damn it. While in the English version, InuYasha just says, damn. Yeah, Google Translate is refusing to translate this, so it's definitely InuYasha just kind of giving an annoyed and sulking, damn it.
漁師さん、仕事の合間で構わないんで、たまに様子を見に来てくれませんか?
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, Fisherman, can you please come and check on us sometime during your break? While according to the Google Translate results, Kururugi says, Fisherman, can you come and check on us from time to time, even if it's just during your free time? Alright, I kind of like that result a little bit better. Don't need to translate that, that's just the fisherman grunting.
お願いします、漁師さん。
Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi says, thank you, fisherman. While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi also says, thank you, fisherman. The difference here being the English version, for whatever reason, has Kururugi end the sentence with an exclamation mark, compared to the Japanese version ending it on a period. Alright. Let's see here. Oh, right. Forgot about this part.
お、船じゃ。他に誰かいるのかの?
Need to get the English version where I need it. There we go. Alright. Shippo, what do you have here? In the English version, Shippo says, hey, a boat! Is someone else here too? According to the Google Translate results, Shippo says, ah, it's a boat! Is there anyone else here?
船があるってことは誰かいるんだろうね。でも一体誰なんだ?
Well, interesting too, because this implies whoever else is here got here before us, or without us noticing. In the English version, Songo says, if there's another boat here, there must be someone else here too. But I wonder who? According to the Google Translate results, Songo says, if there's a boat, that means someone is here. But who could it possibly be? The English version, InuYasha says, I can smell Kikyo. From the Google Translate result, it apparently decided to translate Kikyo's name literally. So it has InuYasha saying it smells like bellflower. So pretty sure it's supposed to say it smells like Kikyo. In the English version, Shippo says, Kikyo? Why would she be here? From the Google Translate result, Shippo says, Kikyo? Why would she come here? I think that can be reworded a little to, why would Kikyo come here? I mean, we know the answer. She's looking for Naraku. Didn't you smell what the, Rain Johnson's a fucking idiot. Let's see. Uh-huh. I'm sorry, but that guy's got such a massive fucking ego. He's just a complete jackass. Alright, InuYasha, I'm gonna have to ask you to just obliterate everyone. Too if I look like him and made as much as him. Let's see. Is this the right way? For me, it is. Well, it gets me more fights. I don't really need the levels, but, it progresses the mystery field event. I mean, that was a fair bit of damage. I think InuYasha's Blades of Blood should finish them off. Well, that proved me wrong.
うん。これではどうです。食らえ。よし。
Let's see.
成敗いたしましたな。ま、こん。
いいもの見つけた。
Just double check what this one is. Oh shit! Hi, Miracle Charm. All right. Crap. Which way do I need to go? There we go. All right. Here we go. God damn it! Alright. One more fight before the moment. Yeah, since your blades of blood doesn't do shit. Might as well just focus down.
Hey. Yatta zo.
なかなかやりますな。
Huh. Alright. Songo. Zeno. Nice work, Songo. Actually, you don't. Screw it. Dippo. Platinum. Find him with a JPEG. Or PNG, I guess. Also, a little surprised. Kururugi hit level 30 before InuYasha did, but InuYasha requires less experience to hit 31. I'm sorry, what? Alright. Hey there, little ball of fire! In the English version, the flame demon laughs and says, "You came!" But according to the Google Translate result, it laughs with a "Kikike! Welcome!" InuYasha just sounding so confused, though. Oh, that was an interesting tone there, InuYasha. You're just like, the fuck are you? In the English version, he just more flatly asks, "Who are you?" From the Google Translate result, InuYasha asks, "What the hell are you?" No, that's an interesting difference. The translation has apparently InuYasha is asking, "What the hell are you, not who. So, yeah, InuYasha is very much confused about this little bugger.
この島に人気がないのはこいつのせいなのかな。
Let's see here. In the English version, Kururugi says, I wonder if it's because of this guy that there aren't any people on this island. From the Google Translate result, though, Kururugi apparently is saying, I wonder if this guy's the reason why this island isn't popular. I mean, I'd be fine with that translated result. Otherwise, I think I'd go with, I wonder if this guy's the reason why this island is uninhabited. Or, actually, yeah, that's probably the best way I can word it. The other word I was thinking was isn't populated, but that just makes it sound weird.
それにしてはちっちゃいけど。
In the English version, Kururugi says, but he's not very big. But according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, it's pretty small for that, though.
うるせえちっちゃいちっちゃいって言うな。
I really do like the echo effect that they have on the voices for the yokai in this game that just are not present in the English version. It's just like, fucking Christ. Let's see. In the English version, the Flame Demon says, shut up! Don't call me small! From the Google Translate result, the Flame Demon is saying, shut up! Stop calling me tiny! The Deep L translation result is a little interesting here. Having the Flame Demon say, shut up! Tiny, tiny, tiny! Don't say it! Yeah, I don't know if I go with the Deep L translated result or stick with the Google Translate result. I mean, they both pretty much get the same point across. The Deep L translation is just aligning it to be more accurate with what the Japanese text looks like.
そう言われてもやっぱりちっちゃいし。
Okay, this is also something that was bugging me in the English version. Because in the English version, regarding the Flame Demon saying, shut up, don't call me small. For whatever reason, they had Kagome say, I don't have that much self-control. And I never understood why. This was the biggest part of the English version that made me go, no, this has to have been a really bad translation job. And really made me want to check out the Japanese version. And lo and behold, according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, even if you say that, you're still small. How in the hell did the English translation team turn that into, I don't have that much self-control for this situation? What the fuck? And then especially given the Flame Demon's reaction, it makes even less sense in the English version. Because then in the English version, the Flame Demon reacts with, "Shut up, shut up, shut up!" Which is also what it reacts with, according to the Google Translate result. But again, it makes more sense in the Japanese version with Kagome saying, "Even if you say that, you're still small." Rather than, "I don't have much self-control." So what the fuck?
くだらねえ。こんなのに構ってられっかよ。
Now then, in the English version, InuYasha remarks, "You're wasting my time." While according to the Google Translate result, InuYasha says, "That's stupid. Who cares about something like this?"
おい待て動くな。
While in the English version, the Flame Demon responds with, "Hey, wait! Don't move!" While according to the Google Translate result, no, the Flame Demon actually says the same thing here. "Hey, wait! Don't move!"
もう何なんだよ。僕たち忙しいんだからさ。用があるならさっさと言ってよ。
Alright. In the English version, Kururugi says, "What is it now? We're in a hurry, so if you have something to say, say it." From the Google Translate results, Kururugi is apparently saying, "Now, what is it? Because we're busy. If you have something to say, just tell me." Which I do think should be reworded a little. Let's see. Honestly, the rewording I have in mind wouldn't be too different from the English version. So from Kururugi, it would be, "What is it now? We're kind of busy. If you have something to say, just say it."
いいのかそんな口聞いて。
In the English version, the Flame Demon says, "You'll regret talking to me like that." While according to the Google Translate result, the Flame Demon says, "Is it alright to speak like that?" I actually don't know if I'd go with that. Just because the translated result ends on a question mark, but there's a very noticeable period at the end in the Japanese text, so... either I'd stick with the English version here, or change it to, "I'll make you regret speaking to me like that."
お前たちの立っている道の下にはな、俺様が仕掛けた火薬がたっぷり埋まってるんだぜ。
In the English version, the Flame Demon continues with, "See this road you're standing on? Well, underneath it, there's a whole lot of explosives that I planted there. Ha!" The Google Translate result is broken! Like, actually broken! I can't make heads or tails of it, so let's try the other one. That one's still pretty bad, too. Alright. Let's see what I can do with this. Uh... Okay, so to start, I want to point out the thing with road being mentioned here, because I do think... Look at this character. Yeah, okay. So he does say Michi, which can translate to road, way, path, whatever. I've been over this before a while back. So instead of the translated result being having road, because that is what it's giving me, the English version I'm not gonna fault just because they've fallen into that stupid hole of they pick one translation for a Japanese word to mean and they stick with it to a stupid degree. So for the translation, for the sake of context, Google Translate is having the Flame Demon say, "Under the road you stand, the explosives I set off, it's fully filled." I think, completely rewording it, it should probably be, under the path you're standing on, under the path you're standing on, I've completely filled it with explosives that I can set off at any time. That's probably the closest I can get while making sense of what the translated result was giving me and drawing comparison to the English version.
なんだって。
In the English version, Songo's reaction is nothing. They just have her voice actress gasp in surprise. But from the Google Translate result, Songo's reaction is, "What?"
そういえばそこら中に掘り返したような跡があるぞ。
In the English version, Shippo then says, "Actually, it does look like it's been dug up recently." While according to the Google Translate result, Shippo says, "Now that you mention it, there are traces of digging all over the place."
この草加さんに火をつければお前たちは木っ端みじんなんだぞ。
Alright, in the English version, the Flame Demon says, "If I light this fuse, you will be caught in the explosion." According to the Google Translate result, the Flame Demon is saying, "If I light this fuse, you'll all be blown to pieces." Alright. I mean, the context is there between both of them, but very much different wording.
どうだ驚いたか。驚いたって言えよ。
In the English version, the Flame Demon continues with, "So, are you scared? Tell me you're scared." While according to the Google Translate result, the Flame Demon is apparently saying, "How was it? Were you surprised? Tell me you were surprised." I do think I could reword that because the translated result is putting two questions in the first line. So I think instead it should be, "Now then, were you surprised? Tell me you were surprised," or Now then, are you surprised? Tell me you're surprised. Oh no, I could change surprised in the translation result depending on what Kururugi says.
驚いた驚いたって。
Okay, no. Kururugi is saying odoroida, not kawaii. Because in the English version, Kururugi responds with, I'm scared. I'm really scared. Okay, no, it is surprise. Okay. From the Google Translate result, Kururugi says, I'm surprised. I'm really surprised. Oh, one moment. That's it. Thunk! Puppy hit her head on the underside of the desk. Trying to quickly get up. She's alright, though. Right. Translation here. In the English version, the Flame Demon says, So, you won't say that I'm small anymore? While according to the Google Translate result, the Flame Demon is saying, Stop calling me small, okay? I do think it can be extended slightly to... So then, you'll stop calling me small?
言わない言わない。もう君を小さいなんて言わないよ。
And Kururugi fell for the trap. I just realized that my suggestion for rewording the Flame Demon's translated result was literally just his fucking English version. Alright! In the English version, Kururugi responds with, I won't ever say you're small again! From the Google Translate result, Kururugi is apparently saying, I won't say that. I won't call you small anymore. The last part, I won't call you small anymore, it pretty much lines up with the English versions. I won't ever say you're small again. So, whatever. But the first part, I won't say that, absolutely could be shortened to just, I won't, which, yeah, matches up with the English version, but whatever, it works. Yeah, Kururugi fell for it. In the English version, the Flame Demon reacts with, you said I'm small! You said it! Okay, the Google Translate result has the Flame Demon apparently saying, I told you it was small, I told you! That definitely needs to be reworded to, you said I was small! You said it! So again, largely lining up with the English version, but whatever. It's fine. Kururugi's reaction, though, is very different between the two versions, and I actually find it really funny in the Japanese version, because...
言っちゃった。
It's just kind of a very deadpan. Like, oh shit. In the English version, they have Kururugi wine. Oh no, I did. But from the Google Translate result, and based on the tone Kururugi spoke with in Japanese, the result comes out as, I said it. So I'm like, fuck.
しょう許せねえ。
In the English version, the Flame Demon says, "Damn you! That's unforgivable!" While according to the Google Translate result, the Flame Demon says, "Damn it! I can't forgive you!"
こうなったらお前のところから火をつけてやる。死んでしまえ。
Honestly, the "I can't forgive you," I'd also be fine with that being reworded as "I won't forgive you." Let's see here. In the English version, the Flame Demon continues with, "I'm going to set the explosives off. Now die!" The Google Translate results is messed up again. Oh boy. Let's see. The DBL translation result isn't any better. So, verbatim, the Google Translate result has the Flame Demon saying, "If this happens, I'll light a fire at your place. Die." The Deep L translation's result, verbatim, is, "If this happens, I'm going to light a fire from your place. You're dead!" Let's see. What the hell am I gonna do for this one? I think there's two possible reword results that I could probably do with this. Either, since that happened, I'll light the fuse. Now die! Otherwise... Otherwise, the other one that coming to mind is... start with either "in that case" or "if that's the case." And then... I'm going to light the explosives or set off the explosives, either of those. But still end on, "Now die!"
そんな。うわっ。
I find it really funny that the game will just let me sit on this after the fuse has been ignited, and apparently reached its destination. Like, okay. In the English version, Kururugi reacts with "No!" While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi reacts with "No way!" Ah! Because supposedly the explosives are supposed to have gone off at this point. Because the game expects you to continue the scene right after the "Ah!" Now from Kagome, in the English version, she calls out "Run!" But according to the Google Translate result, she's calling out "dangerous." So either the translation should be "it's dangerous," or personal preference, she's calling out "look out!" And then she just screams. So once again, actually,
Kagome-san.
I don't really need to translate this. This is just Kururugi calling out for Kagome, which is what Michiru does in the English version. But the Japanese version also makes it a little bit more obvious that Kururugi might be in pain and regaining consciousness. But I think this is a good point to take one more break. And we're back. Now then.
Kagome-san!
Once again, issue with the limitations of the character models. I do think in this regard, the implication is supposed to be that both Kururugi and Kagome, or whoever else you fall with, depending on your route, is supposed to be like laying flat on the ground after falling from who knows how high. But yeah, like Kururugi's the first one to wake up, sees Kagome just lying in the sand, and of course is very much concerned and afraid.
Kagome-san, しっかりしてよ。Kagome-san! まさか死んだりしてないよね。
Hold on here. Alright, just wanted to make sure the English version was where I needed it. In the English version, Kururugi calls out, "Kagome! Hold on, Kagome! You can't die!" While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi is calling out, "Kagome-san! Stay strong! Kagome-san! Surely you're not dead!" I would reword that a little bit and have it be, "Kagome-san, hang in there! Kagome-san! Please don't tell me you're dead! Or please don't be dead!"
よかった。無事だったのね。
Alright. From this... At least from the English version, or at least from the Japanese version, that little groan at the start from Kagome, I'm going to figure is Kagome, or again, whoever you fell with, regaining consciousness and then opening their eyes. The first thing they see is Kururugi. Because in the English version, Kagome's model starts to stand up and then just says, "I'm glad you're okay." The groan from Kagome, however, is a good touch. The rest of Kagome's dialogue is being translated as, "Good, you're safe." In the English version, Kagome continues with, "Does anything hurt?" While according to the Google Translate results, she asks, "Is there anywhere that hurts?" And this really speaks to Kagome's character, that, like, the first two things that come out of her mouth when she wakes up after an explosion is to look at the other person and be like, "I'm glad you're safe. Are you hurt anywhere?" Like, very much, she's more concerned about other people than herself.
大丈夫大丈夫だよ。カゴメさんはどこか痛む？
In the English version, Kururugi responds a bit more calmly with, "I'm fine, I'm fine. What about you?" But the Japanese version, Kururugi still has a bit of panic and concern in their voice. As noted, especially by the exclamation mark in the Japanese text, which is not present in the English version. From the Google Translate results, Kururugi responds with, "I'm fine, I'm fine. Is anything hurting, Kagome-san?" I do think I'd reword the question a little bit to, "Are you hurting anywhere, Kagome?" Or, "Are you hurting anywhere, Kagome-san?"
そこちょうど手が当たってるところ。
In the English version, Kagome responds with, "There, right where you're touching me." While according to the Google Translate results, Kagome responds with, "There, just where your hand is touching."
ごめん。
Now, where might Kururugi's hand have been touching? I'm most likely going to assume, like, her shoulder or her back to try and help her up. Like, Kururugi, I'm pretty sure, is not a perverted character. In the English version, Kururugi apologized with... Let me try that again. In the English version, Kururugi apologizes with, "I'm sorry." While according to the Google Translate result, Kururugi's reaction is, "Ah, sorry." So, very much more reflex pulling his hand back.
冗談よ。全然平気なんだから。
Let's see. According to the English version, Kagome responds with, "I'm joking. I'm totally fine." While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome's response is, "I'm just kidding. I'm totally fine." Tries to stand up, but falls down because of pain.
カゴメさん
I don't need to translate that. Kururugi's calling out her name out of concern.
ちょっとだけ冗談じゃないかも。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome responds with, "Actually, maybe I'm not really joking." While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome instead says, "Just a little. Maybe it's not a joke." For Kagome, I think I do think I'd reword it a bit to, maybe I wasn't joking. Let's see. In the English version, Kururugi asks, "You can't move?" While according to the Google Translate results, Michiru asks, "You can't move?" Or, sorry, no. English version, Michiru asks, "You can't move?" While the according to the Google translation, Michiru is asking, "Can't you move?"
うん。吹き飛ばされた時、どこか打ったみたい。
In the English version... Alright. In the English version, Kagome says, "Yes, I think I got hit in the explosion." But based on the sound Kagome made at the start here, she was shaking her head no. So the English version should have had her say, "No, I think I got hit in the explosion." Unfortunately, the Google Translate is translating that sound as a "yeah," which, again, just doesn't make sense here. So just have it be Kagome shaking her head with a sound that's like, "No, I can't." According to the rest of the Google Translate result, though, Kagome says, "It looks like I hit something when I was blown away." Okay, so according to the translation, the implication is when the explosion sent Michiru and Kagome flying or falling, Kagome may have hit something on the way down. Ooh. Well, that's a little interesting. Rather than simply the explosion having caused the injury, the implication that Kagome struck something on the way down is, concerning.
無理に動かなくていいから。お願いだから休んでよ。
Let's see. In the English version, Michiru says, "Don't move so much. Please, just rest." While according to the Google Translate result, Michiru says, "You don't have to force yourself to move. Please, just rest." I mean, I definitely do prefer the wording from the Google Translate result. Like, you don't have to force yourself to move. But I'm fine with both of them ending on "please just rest," but I wouldn't be against rewording it to "please get some rest."
そうさせてもらうわ。でも、あなたが元気でほっとしたわ。
In the English version, Kagome says, okay, but I'm glad you're okay. From the Google Translate result, Kagome says, I'll do that, but I'm glad you're okay.
Kagome-san.
Don't need to translate that. That's Kururugi saying her name out of relief. Of like, both that she's glad he's fine, but also that she'll listen and get the rest that she needs.
Arigato.
And I don't need to translate that either, because that's just Kururugi saying thank you. Alright. In the English version, Kagura says, I wonder where they went. While according to the Google Translate result, Kagura is apparently saying, where on earth did those guys go? I am a bit more inclined to reword it to, now then, where did those guys go? In the English version, Michiru questions, whose voice is that? From the Google Translate result, Michiru questions, what's that voice? I am a little more inclined to reword that to probably be that voice. Who is that?
Kagura. Utsugi mo issho?
But otherwise, whose voice is that is fine. Here though, in the English version, Michiru says, Kagura? Is Utsugi with her too? While according to the Google Translate results, Michiru says, Kagura? Is Utsugi here too?
Ne.
I shouldn't really need to translate this. It should just be Kagome getting Michiru's attention by going like, hey. Which is what the English version did, and that is what the Google Translate result comes out with.
Nani?
I don't need to translate that. That's Kururugi asking, what?
すぐに逃げて。
In the English version, Kagome says, you need to run away now. While according to the Google Translate results, Kagome says, run away now. I'm okay with that, but I also wouldn't mind you need to run away. Or just more simply, run away.
だってそれじゃカゴメさんが
In the English version, Michiru then says, but I can't leave you. According to the Google Translate results, Michiru says, well, then Kagome-san. What's... Alright. The Deep L translation result is apparently having Michiru say, because then Kagome... This one I'm a little... this one I'm a little hesitant on, because... The Google Translate result is apparently having this sentence end in an ellipses, but that's not present in the Japanese text. But I am also against using the English version's dialogue here, just because the text very much says Kagome-san, so... Give me a bit. Let's see. This one is... Alright. Oh no. Oh no, what the hell do I do with this one? Damn it! Like, I can't really have it say a whole lot because there's not a lot that's being said here. One moment here. Hold on. Damn it. I wish there was a better way for me to... actually, hold on here. Damn it. No, that's not helping any. I thought I could be smart about something. I'll see what Kagome says next in Japanese and try to build something off of that. Because whatever this translates to, it's certainly not the "but I can't leave you" that the English version has.
あなた一人なら逃げられるでしょ。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome says, if you go by yourself, you'll be able to get away. According to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, you can escape by yourself. Okay, so then for the previous dialogue from from Kururugi, I do think I'd be fine with it being, well, then Kagome trying to say that he'll take her, that, like, he'll carry her with him since she's injured and can't move. But then Kagome cuts him off. I do think, like, just given how Kagome responds here, makes that come off a bit better.
一人でなんか逃げられないよ。
And then that way, this part isn't doubled up like it is in English. Because in English, or in the English version, Kururugi, or Michiru says, I can't go by myself. While according to the Google Translate results, Michiru says, I can't run away by myself.
よく考えるの。狙われてるのはあなたなのよ。
Not that Michiru lacks the ability to do so, just that at their core, they're not the person to do that. In the English version, Kagome says, think about it. You're the one being chased. While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, think carefully. You are the one being targeted.
カゴメさん。
And Kururugi just says Kagome's name
どうしたらいいんだ。
because Michiru's still worried about her. Let's see. And Michiru's inner thoughts in the English version are, what should I do? While according to the Google Translation results, it's also, what should I do? And the options in the English version are, I won't run away, or I'll go get the others. While the Google Translate result has it as, I won't run away, with an exclamation mark, which is neat, or, let's bring everyone.
僕は逃げないよ。
Of course, Michiru's not gonna run. In the English version, Michiru says, I won't run away. While according to the Google Translate result, says, I won't run away. Again, pretty much the same thing, but I do think the exclamation mark adds a little bit there that the English version, which ends on a period instead, feels a bit lacking.
何するの？
In the English version, Kagome questions, what are you doing? Which is also what the Google Translate result comes out with, but again, the inclusion of an exclamation mark in the Japanese text and the translated result does make it come off a bit better than the English version, which is lacking it.
戦う。逃げられるわけないよ。男なんだから。
Now, this one is a little interesting because in the English version, Michiru says, I'm going to fight. I won't leave you here. I'm a man. But the way he says it in the English version just makes me laugh every single time I hear it because just the way he says it makes me go, no, you fucking ain't. No, you ain't. But from the Google Translate result, Michiru says, I'll fight. I can't run away. I'm a man after all. pretty much just bringing up the whole societal gender expectations, because this was in 2004 Japan.
ダメよ、やめて、逃げるの。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome calls out, "No, you can't! You have to run away!" While according to the Google Translate result, she calls out, "No, stop it! Run away!"
見つけた。
In the English version, Utsugi says, "I found you." According to the Google Translate result, Utsugi says, "I got you." But I do think "I found you" is perfectly fine.
こんなとこにいたのか。まったく手間かけさせるね。
In the English version, Kagura says, "So, this is where you are. You're wasting our time." But according to the Google Translate result, Kagura says, "Have you been in a place like this? You're really causing me a lot of trouble." I do think that needs to be reworded a little bit, because, again, the translated result having the question mark that isn't there in the Japanese. I do think then she should say, "So you were in a place like this. You're really causing me a lot of trouble."
カゴメさんは僕が守る。
In the English version, Michiru says, "I will protect Kagome." While according to the Google Translate result, Michiru says, "I'll protect you, Kagome."
おっと坊ちゃん、けなげじゃないのさ。
In the English version, I can fucking get to it. Honestly though, regarding that that comparison for Michiru, the English version having Michiru say, "I will protect Kagome," very much gives the idea that Michiru is shouting it out loud to try and bolster himself, it seems. But the Japanese version, if the translation is correct, being "I'll protect you, Kagome," especially given how Michiru said it, gives more the idea that Michiru turned his attention to Kagome and promised her that he'll protect her. So, I don't know, like, it definitely gives a different feel to the scene. Let's see. In the English version from Kagura, she says, "Don't be the hero, Sonny." According to the Google Translate result, though, Kagura is apparently saying, "Oh, my boy, you're not so brave." I feel like that needs to be reworded. The developed translation results not much better, with Kagura apparently saying, "Oops, kid. He's not a brave man." I don't know the accuracy of either of these, and I'm pretty sure the Deep L translation is the less accurate in this case. But as far as to reword this, I think I'd probably have it be from Kagura. Oh, the poor boy. Don't act so brave. I don't know. That's really all I have to work with.
天野や桔梗
In the English version, Michiru says, "A sacred arrow? Kikyo?" From the Google Translate results, Michiru apparently says, "A demon-repelling arrow? Kikyo?" It should be... Again, sacred arrow is fine for translation just because that's what the English dub of the anime goes with. So, no different from the English version here.
こいつはゆっくり話していられる雰囲気じゃないか。
In the English version here, Kagura says, "It seems there's no time for chatting." Okay. Google Translate, what the fuck? According to the Google Translate results, Kagura saying, "This guy has an atmosphere where we can talk at leisure." And the Deep Bell translation is completely borked. What the hell do I do here? Both translation results mention an atmosphere, so that should stay. I don't know how accurate this would be with the text, but I think I'd reword it to... "I guess we can't stay and talk with this atmosphere." I don't know.
引くぞ
Then from Utsugi... In the English version, Utsugi says, "We'll be back." But according to the Google Translate result, Utsugi says, "Let's step back."
だね。まったく本当に手間のかかる連中だよ。
It could also be, "Let's retreat," or "Let's get out," or something. I don't know. In the English version, Kagura says, "Geez, you're really taking up too much of our time." Come on now. According to the Google Translate results, Kagura is saying... Right. Honestly, they're a real pain. I'm gonna double check that. I mean, fine. The deep L translation result has Carter say they really are a pain in the ass. They really are a pain in the ass. So, the Google Translate result is fine.
Kikyo, ありがとう。
I shouldn't need to translate this. It's just Michiru saying thank you, Kikyo, but I'm gonna anyway to make sure. In the English version, Michiru says, thank you, Kikyo. And yeah, that's what the translation comes out as.
助けに来たわけではない。
Let's see. In the English version, Kikyo responds with, I didn't come here to save you. While according to the Google Translate result, she says, I'm not here to help. I don't need to translate that. That's just Kagome in pain.
Kagome-san, 大丈夫?
Let's see. In the English version, Michiru asks, are you okay, Kagome? While according to the Google Translate result, Michiru says, Kagome, are you okay?
Kagome-san.
And then in the English version, like, well, this doesn't really need a translation because it's just Kagome's name again. But in the English version, Michiru has a bit more of a surprise tone to his voice. Yeah, because of what Kagome does next. But here in Japanese, it definitely sounds like Michiru's still more concerned.
大丈夫じゃないわよ。あなたが死んじゃったら私が怪我した意味ないじゃない。
Oh, yeah, no, there's a total tone change here. In the English version, Kagome sounds very angry. She says, I'm not okay. If you die, there will be no use in me getting hurt. But from how she sounded here, Kagome sounds like she's on the verge of tears. The Google Translate result is coming out pretty much identical to what the English version has, but I kind of want to check a few things. Okay, no, never mind. Yeah, no. So the Google Translate result, Kagome says, if the thing will load up. Oh, come on. Google Translate, come on. There we go. According to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, I'm not okay. If you died, there'd be no point in me getting hurt. Like, there really isn't a difference wording-wise, except for the English version saying there will be no use, while the, according to the translation, Kagome says there will be no point. And honestly, I do think the translated result is a little bit better, because in that regard, like, if Michiru died, like, Kagome would have gotten hurt for nothing.
そうだけど。
In the English version, Michiru responds with, but... While according to the Google Translate results, Michiru says, yes, but... Which I would rather reword to be, that's true, but...
まだ無理かな。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome followed up with, it's still too difficult. While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, I guess it's still not possible. Huh. Hold on here. According to the Deep L translation result, though, Kagome says, I don't think I'm ready yet. Huh. Still too difficult. Guess it's not possible. I don't think I'm ready yet. I honestly don't really know the context for either of those from Kagome. Like, whether it's that she's, like, whether she's talking about her inability to move, or because of Kikyo's presence.
桔梗。
And if Kagome is struggling with how she feels with regarding InuYasha. Let me just get the English version up. Let's see.
カゴメ、怪我をしたのか?
In the English version, Kikyo just flatly states Kagome's hurt. But according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo asks Kagome, are you hurt?
僕を助けようとして爆発に巻き込まれたんだ。
So the fact that in the Japanese version, Kikyo would actually address Kagome and ask if she's hurt is a little interesting compared to the English version. Where in the English version, she just sees Kagome and goes, oh, she's hurt. In the English version, Michiru answers with, she was trying to help me and got caught in the explosion. While according to the Google Translate result, Michiru answers, she was trying to save me and got caught in the explosion. I did... Instead of the explosion, I would change that to got caught in an explosion. But the Deep L translation, while not exactly complete, I think gives me a better option, which would be, she was trying to help me, but we got caught in an explosion, or caught in the explosion because it also ends with the explosion, whatever.
そうか。
This should not need translating because it should just be Kikyo saying, I see. I'm gonna do it anyway because I'm an idiot. And in the English version, Kikyo says, I see, and yeah, that's exactly what the Google Translate result comes out with.
これをカゴメに飲ませろ。
see. In the English version, Kikyo continues with, "Make Kagome take this." While according to the Google Translate results, Kikyo says, "Make Kagome drink this." In the English version, Michiru asks, "What is it?" While according to the Google Translate results, Michiru asks, "This is..."
眼薬だ。
In the English version, Kikyo answers medicine. While according to the Google Translate results, Kikyo says it's a pill, but the translation said to drink, so it shouldn't be a pill. What? The DeepL translation result also has Kikyo saying that they're pills, but medicine can also work, I guess.
それを飲めばじき動けるようになる。
In the English version, Kikyo says if she takes it, she'll be able to move again. While according to the Google Translate result, Kikyo says if you drink it, soon you will be able to move. Suggesting that if the translation is accurate, Kikyo is addressing Kagome with the medicine, like what the medicine does. While the English version, Kikyo is telling Michiru, like, what will happen. But it is also possible that Google Translate is screwing up, and the translated result could be if she drinks it, soon she will be able to move. But considering a little earlier, according to the translation, Kikyo asked Kagome, "Are you hurt?" I don't think I'd be too surprised from the Japanese version of Kikyo addressing Kagome at this part.
ありがとう、キキョウ。
In the English version, Michiru responds with, "Thank you, Kikyo." While according to the Google Translate result, Michiru says, "Thank you, Kikyo."
この島には奈落がいる。先へ進む気なら心して進め。
Well, this is interesting. In the English version, Kikyo says, "Naraku is on this island. Prepare your..." Oh, wait, no. Okay, not exactly interesting because it's still there in English. Of course, she just doesn't say it because, of course. In the English version, Kikyo says, "Naraku is on this island. Prepare yourselves if you intend to proceed, Michiru." While according to the Google Translate results, Kikyo says, "Naraku is on this island. If you want to go further, proceed with caution, Michiru." Or she's saying Michiru's name as a farewell.
カゴメさん、この眼薬飲んで。
In the English version, Michiru says, "Kagome, you have to take this." While according to the Google Translate results, Michiru is apparently saying, "Kagome-san, take this pill." Which again, I'm pretty sure it could also be medicine. Especially since earlier, the translation for Kikyo said that, said, tell her to drink this. While the English version was, tell Kagome to take this, and then said that it was medicine. But, so, whether it's a drinkable medicine, or if it is, like, pills or pellets or whatever. Whatever.
そうね。気境の薬飲まなきゃね。
In the English version, Kagome says, yes, I have to take the medicine that Kikyo brought. While according to the Google Translate results, Kagome says, yeah, Kikyo's medicine. I have to take it. So, is it medicine or is it a pill? God damn it, Google Translate!
ちょっと待って。支えるからさ。
Let's see here. In the English version, Michiru says, just a minute, I'll hold you up. While according to the Google Translate result, Michiru says, wait a minute, I'll help you. Which is a little interesting then, because the English version saying, I'll hold you up, very much leans into the idea that the medicine is something that Kagome has to drink. Because, like, she should be sitting up to drink it, so that it goes down better. But from the translation, saying, I'll help you instead of, I'll hold you up, I think is more the idea, like, I'll help you while you like, until the medicine takes full effect.
大丈夫よ。すぐ自分で起きられるようになるから。
Let's see here. In the English version, Kagome says, I'm okay. I'll be able to stand up on my own soon. While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, it's okay. I'll be able to get up on my own soon. In the English version, Michiru says, just relax and let me take care of you. While according to the Google Translate results, Michiru says, injured people should be cared for quietly. Can that translate to anything else? According to the Deep L translation results, Michiru is saying the injured will be treated, should be treated with respect. I do think the Google Translate result is a bit better because it's kind of going off of the, like, if you're injured, you should, like, you should just kind of keep to yourself and let yourself be cared for. Or something like that.
あなただって膝から血出てるじゃない。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome says, but your knee is bleeding. According to the Google Translate result, Kagome just says, your knee is bleeding too. I mean, from that, the translation of Michiru saying that injured people should be cared for quietly, it definitely gives the idea that Kagome's trying to take a bit of a playful shot back of like, you say that, but you're injured too. So, I don't know if I'd want to stick with the translation result I'm getting here, or add to it a little with, speaking of injured, your knee is bleeding too.
Ah, 本当だ。ちょっとすりむいただけだよ。こんなのさ。
Okay, no, that reaction from Michiru is pretty good. In the English version, Michiru says, yeah, it is, but it's just a scrape. While according to the Google Translate results, Michiru's response is, oh, you're right. Just a little scrape. That's it.
ちょっと
Oh, that's a cute reaction, though. With that voice, honestly. In the English version, Kagome says... What? Huh. Okay, yeah, no. The English version, Kagome's only reaction to this scene is, what? But from the Google Translate results, Kagome's reaction is, hey, wait a second. Whoa! Because she's being taken off guard.
怪我してたってさ。僕は男だよ。
From Michiru picking her up. While the English version, having Kagome say what, is... It does give her more a tone of like, she's confused that Michiru's just shrugging off the scrape. Because, hey, it could get infected or whatever. But the Japanese version, Kagome's reaction is to Michiru trying to pick her up. And succeeding. So she's just like, whoa, wait, hold on, what are you doing? In the English version, Michiru says, I'm hurt, but I'm a guy. Let's see. I'm not that big on the Google Translate result here. The Google Translate result for Michiru here is, I was injured, I'm a man, you know? The Deep L translation result, though, is much better, with Michiru saying, even though I'm hurt, I'm still a man. So, I think I would either go with the Deep L translation's result of, even though I'm hurt, I'm still a man, but add the Google Translate's, you know, at the end. Or change the Google Translate results to, even though I'm injured, I'm a man, you know?
Kagome さんくらい軽く持ち上げられるんだからね。
In the English version, Michiru says, I can carry you easily. The Google... both results I'm iffy on. The Google Translate result for Michiru here says, like Kagome-san, it can be lifted easily. But that doesn't really make sense to me. The Deep L translation result has Michiru saying Kagome-san's life. It's a light lift, you know? But that doesn't sit well with me either. I think a better translation here should be someone like Kagome-san. I can lift them easily. Or someone like Kagome-san is easy enough for me to lift. And now she's getting absolutely embarrassed and it sounds adorable. In the English version, Kagome says, okay, I get it. Now put me down. While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, I understand. I get it, so put me down. I'm actually okay with that. Yeah, like there is a difference with how they say their lines in English and Japanese here too. As mentioned, like Kagome is very much getting flustered. But from the English version, Kagome is being like, okay, you've proven your point, now let me down.
大丈夫だってば。僕こう見えても結構力あるんだよ。
Let's see. In the English version, Michiru says, it's okay. I may not look like it, but I'm pretty strong. While according to the Google Translate results, Michiru says, it's okay. Even though I don't look like it, I'm pretty strong. Yeah, no, I'm definitely liking the Google Translate results here.
そういうことじゃないんだけど。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome says it's not about that. But in the Japanese version, Kagome's line here ends in an ellipsis, so she's pausing. While in the English version, it's a period, so she's bringing that to a hard stop before moving on. According to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, that's not what I mean.
会ったばかりの頃は可愛らしい男の子だったのにな。
In the English version, Kagome continues with, when I first met you, you were such a cute young boy. But when Kagome, according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, when we first met, you were such a cute boy. But according to the Deep L translator, Kagome says, when we first met, you were such a sweet boy. I could take either.
急にどうしたの？
In the English version, Michiru says, why are you saying that now? But according to the Google Translate result, Michiru asks, what happened all of a sudden? But the Deep L translation result, which I like a little bit better, has Michiru saying, what's up with you all of a sudden? Because this is very unexpected from Kagome. Like, he certainly wasn't expecting her to start going off like this.
随分たくましくなったわね。
Let's see. In the English version, Kagome says, well, you've gotten very powerful. But again, English version ends this on a period for a hard stop. The Japanese version has Kagome ending on an ellipsis, so either she's trailing off or Michiru cuts her off. And, well, we'll see why. According to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, you've really grown strong. But according to the Deep L translation result, Kagome says, you're looking a little tougher now. I am liking both translation results here. The English one is for Kagome saying you've gotten very powerful. Is Kagome remarking on Michiru's abilities with his Shikigami. Because that is a lot of power that, like, compared to when he first arrived, when he had no power, like, yeah, he's gotten powerful. But Kagome remarking that Michiru has grown strong, or that he's looking a little tougher, is very much Kagome reflecting on Michiru as a person. That Michiru is a very strong person, and even though Michiru has said I may not look like it, but I'm pretty strong, while he doesn't look strong, Kagome can, from the Deep L translation result, if using that, Kagome can tell that Michiru has toughened up quite a bit as a person.
弱すぎて嫌になるけどね。カゴメさんにも助けられてばっかりだしさ。
In the English version, Michiru responds with, I hate being weak, and you're always helping me. While according to the Google Translate result, Michiru says, I hate how weak I am. Kagome-san always helps me out. And that's where the Deep L translator starts breaking.
そんなことない。
In the English version, Kagome responds with, that's not true. Which is also what she says according to the Google Translate result. And the Deep L translation is still broken.
さっき宇津木に向かってった時、かっこよかった。
The English version, Kagome says, you were really cool when you faced Utsugi a moment ago. While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, when you were heading towards Utsugi earlier, you looked really cool. From the Deep L translation results, not as good, but it has Kagome saying, when you went to Utsugi a while ago, it was cool.
カゴメさん、それってどういうこと？
The English version, Michiru then says, what are you saying, Kagome? But according to the Google Translate results, Michiru questions, Kagome-san? What does that mean? Yeah, I'd also be willing to take, what do you mean? But the Deep L translation result also has it as, Kagome-san? What does that mean?
別に変な意味じゃないんだから。
Now here's another interesting part. To compare the English and Japanese. Because the Japanese version starts with an ellipses. The English version doesn't. In the English version, Kagome just immediately responds with nothing. I don't mean it in a weird way. But according to the Google Translate result, Kagome responds with nothing. I don't mean it in any weird way. But with the ellipses, it definitely gives the feeling that Kagome was a little hesitant there, thinking about what it was she was saying, and then she was like, oh, I think I'm revealing too much. But then, in the English version, Sango calls out, hey, there they are, behind that rock. The Google Translate result isn't that good, because it's apparently having Sango say, ah, there it is, the shadow of that rock. The Deep L translation result, however, has Sango saying, oh, there they are, behind that rock. So a bit closer to the English version, but I'd definitely take it over the Google Translate results here. That is Kagome tensing up like, oh shit, we've been caught. But in the English version, Kagome actually has a bit of a, like, cries out a little, like, ah. Let me just get the English version there, so I'm caught up in that regard. And that's Michiru being like, ah, crap. Like, they're very much both embarrassed if someone were to walk in on them right now. In the English version, Sango says, this is where you two were. While according to the Google Translate results, Sango says, you two were here. The Deep L translation result is broken. I actually do think I'd lean a little bit more into the English version, but change it up to something like, so this is where the two of you were. Or, so this is where you two were.
探しましたよ。
In the English version, Moroku says, we were looking for you. From the Google Translate result, Moroku says a bit shorter, we looked for you.
爆発で飛ばされてはぐれたから心配したんじゃぞ。
I do think in regards to Moroku, I would take the English version's take there. We were looking for you rather than we looked for you. Let's see from Shippo. In the English version, Shippo says, "We all got thrown apart during the explosion. We were worried." But from the Google Translate result, Shippo says, "I was worried because you got blown away by the explosion and got separated from everyone else." So the English version is trying to imply that everyone kind of got thrown all over the place from that explosion, but according to the Japanese version, only Michiru or only Kururugi and whoever they're on a route with got tossed around, got thrown from the explosion, and everyone else went looking for them. Honestly, yeah, like, the Google Translate result does make this a little bit better. Though, the English version very much adds that, like, oh, everyone got separated, so the other four went and looked for each other before coming to find Kururugi and whoever. Let's see. Though it is a little interesting that if you're on Kagome's route, InuYasha does not show any concern for Kagome. In the English version, InuYasha asks, "Are you guys okay?" But from the Google Translate result, InuYasha asks, "Hey guys, is everything okay?"
僕は大丈夫だけど、カゴメさんが。あ。
In the English version, Michiru responds with, "I'm fine," but Kagome, huh? While, according to the Google Translate result, Michiru responds with, "I'm fine," but Kagome, ah. Because all of a sudden, she's better.
大丈夫。歩けるみたい。
In the English version, Kagome says, "No, I'm fine now. I can walk." While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, "It's okay. I think I can walk."
二人とも無事でよかった。
In the English version, Songo says, "I'm so glad you're okay." But according to the Google Translate result, Songo says, "I'm glad you're both safe."
そんなことより、やっぱりこの島には奈良くんがいるらしいの。
In the English version, Kagome says, "Anyway, it seems that Naraku is on this island." While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, "More importantly, it seems that Naraku is on this island after all."
早く先へ進みましょう。
And then in the English version, Kagome follows up with, "Let's get going." While according to the Google Translate result, Kagome says, "Let's move on quickly." In this case, I would be fine with the English version's "Let's get going." Otherwise, could reword it to "Let's get a move on."
カゴメさん、本当にもう平気なの？
In the English version, Michiru says, "Are you sure you're okay, Kagome?" Well, according to the Google Translate result, Michiru asks Kagome-san, "Are you really okay now?"
まだ激しくは動けないけど。
Alright, and that starts with Kagome nodding in affirmation. Affirmation, confirmation. Eh. But in the English version, they still have Kagome say yes, but in that regard, it could also be yeah, but whatever. But in the English version, the rest. So, okay. English version, Kagome's whole dialogue here is yes, but I still can't move too quickly. From the Google Translate results, Kagome says, yeah, I can't move around much yet, though. Though, again, you could take out that yeah and then just take it as a confirming or affirming nod.
では参りましょうか。
Let's see. In the English version, Moroku says, okay, let's go. While according to the Google Translate result, Moroku says, then let's go.
奈落のところへ出発じゃ。
In the English version, Shibbo says, let's go to where Naraku is. While according to the Google Translate result, Shibbo says, let's head to Naraku.
奈落を倒したら現代へ帰れる。
In the English version, Michiru's inner thoughts are, if we destroy Naraku, I can return to the present. While, according to the Google Translate result, Michiru's inner thoughts are, once we defeat Naraku, I can return to the present.
でもこのまま帰っても
And in the English version, Michiru's thoughts apparently end with, but if I return. While according to the Google Translate results, Michiru's thoughts conclude here with, but if I go home like this.
かごめさん
I don't even need to translate that. It's, again, Michiru just thinking of Kagome. And the moment they just had. In the English version, though, Michiru's thoughts are more, what about Kagome? Which is a little interesting because the English version, Michiru's thoughts being, but if I return, what about Kagome? While from the translation, Michiru's thoughts being, but if I go home like this, being the way things are now, and then thoughts lingering on Kagome, and it's like, shit. But, with that, I think we're good to call it. Next time, we continue through Osagiri Island and hopefully find Naraku. So until then, this has been the Azure Guardian. See ya.